The committee will please come to order. A quorum is present. The committee meets today pursuant to notice to consider H.R. 4259, the Think Differently About Education Act of 2023, H.R. 5349, the Crucial Communism Teaching Act, H.R. 5110, the Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act, H.J.Res. 88, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to, quote, improving income-driven repayment for the William D. Ford Federal Direct Loan Program and the Federal Family Education Loan, FFEL program, end quote. H.R. 4957, the Department of Labor Succession Act, H.R. 5339, the Retire Act, H.R. 5337, the Retirement Proxy Protection Act, H.R. 5338, the No Discrimination in My Benefits Act, and H.R. 5340, the Providing Complete Information to Retirement Investors Act. The chair announces that requests for recorded votes as to amendments may be postponed pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Committee Rule 14B. Without objection, the chair may recess the committee at any point. I now recognize myself to make an opening statement. The committee is meeting today to discuss and mark up 9 bills. This is the largest markup of the year to date, so in an effort to save time, I'd like to run through each item on the agenda quickly. First, we have H.R. 4259, the Think Differently About Education Act of 2023, sponsored by Representative Molinaro. This bill requires government agencies to notify parents of their right to seek assistance from outside experts when determining the educational plan for their child with disabilities. We have H.R. 5349, the Crucial Communism Teaching Act, sponsored by Representative Salazar, before us today. This legislation provides additional information to help teachers educate American school children about the political ideology of communism. Also, we're marking up H.R. 5110, the Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act, sponsored by Representative Green. H.R. 5110 clarifies that the Department of Education cannot prevent K-12 schools from using certain federal funds to support hunting and archery programs. Next, we have a Congressional Review Act resolution sponsored by Representative McClain that would stop President Biden's latest free college scheme. Biden's IDR plan is estimated to cost as much as $559 billion, making it the most expensive regulation in history. Then the committee will consider H.R. 4957, the Department of Labor Succession Act, introduced by Representative Kiley. This legislation ensures that the tenure of an acting Secretary of Labor is subject to the Federal Vacancies Reform Act. The Biden administration is exploiting ambiguity in the law to keep Julie Su installed as the head of the Department of Labor, despite not having the votes to be approved by the Senate. This situation is depriving Congress of its role in providing advice and consent on nominees, and it should never happen again. Finally, the committee is marking up 4 bills to combat ESG investing rules promulgated by the Biden administration. H.R. 5339, Representative Allen's Retire Act, ensures that retiree savings are invested based on economic factors rather than woke social or political factors. H.R. 5337, Representative Houchin's Retirement Proxy Protection Act, ensures that retirement plan managers act as dutiful and prudent fiduciaries when proxy voting. H.R. 5338, Representative Good's No Discrimination in My Benefits Act, ensures that race and sex are not factors in the selection of service providers for an ERISA plan. and H.R. 5340, Representative Banks Providing Complete Information to Retirement Investors Act, adds notice requirements for certain defined contribution plans under ERISA with respect to participant-directed investments. Every bill on the docket today is a clear-cut, common-sense proposal worthy of a yes vote, and with that, I look forward to the markup and yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair. Today's committee is marking up 9 bills. Regrettably, some are benign or non-controversial, but some are also divisive and partisan and will undermine the economic security of workers, students, and families. Moreover, these bills are a waste of the committee's time. They're unlikely to advance in the Senate or be signed into law. By contrast, by this point in the last Congress, congressional Democrats had already passed the American Rescue Plan, which delivered the largest one-time federal investment in K-12 education in U.S. history, and solved the multi-employer pension fund, saving over 1 million pensions and tens of thousands of businesses that were legally obligated to pay into those failing plans until the business went broke. We'd also advanced the bipartisan infrastructure bill to help rebuild America's roads, bridges, public transits, and other infrastructure, while also creating millions of jobs. And we'd passed the CHIPS and Science Act, which strengthened American supply chains and revitalized the manufacturing industry. But we haven't done anything approaching that kind of record in this Congress. But today we're going to consider the first bill before us today, the Think Differently About Education Act, requires schools to notify parents of their rights under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. The parents can invite experts with specialized knowledge regarding their child to attend a student's individualized education program meeting where key decisions are being made about their child's education. This proposal appears to restate present law and ensures that parents are aware of and can exercise a right they already have under current law, so I'm not opposed to it. However, I want to make it clear that I'm not advocating to further amendments to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act at this time. The next bill, H.R. 5349, Crucial Communist Teaching Act. This bill provides the, quote, Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, unquote, with the resources to create curriculum that informs high school students of the detrimental effects of communism, totalitarianism, and similar political ideologies. We're not opposed to the concept of providing resources to institutions such as the Smithsonian to create curriculum. We've done it before with many other issues. However, this legislation should be improved by including a provision that also incorporates the negative effects of fascism. In addition to the dangers of communism, our high school students should learn the dangers of fascist regimes, such as those that have banned books, political scapegoating of immigrants, and blind allegiance to strongman leader not bound by the rule of law. If this common sense provision is included, I would not discourage support for this proposal. However, I want to caution my colleagues that we must be mindful to not overstep our roles as members of Congress by allowing federal government to dictate curriculum, which is specifically prohibited in most education bills. H.R. 5110, Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act, would amend the Senate-drafted bipartisan Safer Communities Act and clarifies that the law does not prevent students from using items considered dangerous weapons for the purpose of educational or extracurricular activities such as archery, hunting, or shooting sports or culinary arts. This is a simple common sense fix, and I would support this proposal. HRS 88, quote, provides for the congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title of the U.S. Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Education related to, quote, improving income-driven repayment for the William D. Ford Federal Direct Loan Program and the Federal Family Education Loan Program. Unfortunately, I had positive things to say about other bills. I don't have much good to say about this one. This bill would repeal the Biden administration's new income-driven repayment plan, known as the SAVE Plan, and undermine the economic security of millions of student borrowers. SAVE Plan would allow more than 1 million low-income borrowers to be excused from payments because they don't make enough to be able to afford payments on their student loans, and it would stop loan balances from ballooning due to unpaid accrued interest. This is the kind of investment that we need to support borrowers, their families, and our economy. Now, since the plan was launched, more than 4 million student loan borrowers have already enrolled, including over 100,000 in the Commonwealth of Virginia. With the return of student loan repayment underway, student loan borrowers and their families are already anxious. If enacted, H.J. Res. 88 would prevent the Biden administration from implementing the plan, sending the student loan system into disarray and further forcing many borrowers into delinquency or default or payments they can't afford. So I would strongly oppose this resolution. We're also considering 5 bills that interfere with workers' retirement investments and waste the committee's time on baseless efforts to undermine the Labor Department. First, H.R. 4957, Department of Labor Succession Act. Throughout Acting Secretary of Labor Julie Sewell's tenure, my Republican colleagues have tried time and time again to undermine the Department of Labor's pro-worker agenda through baseless attacks. This bill is just the latest example of that. The evidence is clear that President Biden's economic agenda is working. More jobs than any president has created in 4 years. Unemployment under 4% for the longest period of time since in about half a century. And so Acting Secretary Sue has been integral to our sustained economic recovery. We can't allow partisan politics to undermine the progress we've made, and so I would oppose this bill. H.R. 5339, the Retire Act, and 5337, the Retirement Proxy Protection Act, 5340, Providing Complete Information to Retirement Investors Act. These bills inject partisan politics into worker investment decisions for retirement. The Biden-Harris administration has issued common sense rules relating to environment, social, and governance, or ESG investing and proxy voting. These bills, which were hastily introduced last week and being marked up without a full legislative hearing, replace these rules with flawed and unpopular ones from the Trump era. These bills are premised on the Republicans' mistaken view that they know best when it comes to ESG investing, while committee Democrats continue to trust the professionals who are legally bound to make prudent decisions on behalf of retirement plan participants. And so I would urge my colleagues to oppose all of those 3 bills. H.R. 5338, No Discrimination in My Benefits Act. Finally, my Republican colleagues are attempting to undermine efforts to increase diversity among asset managers. While this is a worthwhile endeavor, as the Government Accountability Office noted a few years ago that only 1% of the $70 trillion in global assets under management are managed by firms owned by women or people of color. There's also research to suggest that non-diverse firms do not outperform diverse firms owned across all asset classes. This bill will also, just introduced last week and never received a legislative hearing, takes us backwards. It puts needless statutory restrictions on retirement plan fiduciaries and seemingly intends to further entrench the unacceptable status quo with respect to the lack of representation of women and people of color in the asset management industry. So this bill should also be opposed. So today I hope we can come together to make common sense improvements to the proposals that we agree on. However, a vast majority of the bills would significantly hurt our nation's students, workers, and families and should not be approved by this committee. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Without objection, all other members who wish to insert written opening statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. House rules require that a copy of the measures be made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. Pursuant to the notice for today's meeting, a copy of the measures were made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. Each bill being marked up today shall be open to amendment at any point, and the chair will allow members to offer amendments in a manner not prohibited by House or committee rules. Without objection, members who have more than one amendment to a bill and wish to offer their amendments en bloc may do so. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the bill H.R. 4259 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4259 to amend the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act to require notification with respect to individualized education program teams and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I now recognize Congressman Bean to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4259 offered by Mr. Bean of Florida, identifier H.R. 4259 ANS_01.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Bean for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to you, and good morning, education and workforce. Madam Chair, I am pleased to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute to the Think Differently About Education Act of 2023, or H.R. 4259, which amends the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, to require educational agencies to notify parents of their right to seek assistance from outside experts when advocating for their child's individual education program. Since 1975, IDEA has provided federal funding to assist school districts in educating students with disabilities and created guidelines for fostering an environment in which these exceptional students can prosper and grow. The services students are to receive are set forth in an individualized education programs, or as everybody knows, IEP. These IEPs that are determined at the IEP meetings by parents, school district personnel, and local education officials. They detail a range of services and at specific locations for learning to take place for each child. As services are established for the betterment of children and disabilities, it's important that parents are empowered as parents in the IEP discussion. An essential component of the empowerment is the right for parents to bring outside experts to the IEP team meetings. These meetings will determine each child's educational future, so the presence of experts can make a world of difference in ensuring that the plan is comprehensive, evidence-based, and aligned with the student's needs. By allowing input from these experts, IEPs can draw on the latest research, best practices. Furthermore, it ensures IEPs are not limited to resources available within a particular school district, but if it doesn't exist, parents should know about it and utilize it. The problem is that parents don't know. They don't know, so allowing them to bring people in may make a difference. Therefore, the Think Differently About Education Act of 2023 notifies parents their right to seek legal, medical, educational counsel and supports of the IEP meetings. When parents are informed of their rights, here's the best part, here it comes. When parents are informed of their rights, they are more likely to become active participants in the child's education. And look out, because when parents are involved in their kids' education, Madam Chair, you know this, exceptional students will thrive. The substitute I'm offering will strengthen the bill. The substitute makes technical changes, and this is something everybody needs to know because others have said this does nothing, but it does. The substitute makes technical changes to align the language of the bill with existing IDEA language, and the substance also changes the parental notification requirements from occurring right now, instead of the beginning of each school year, to occurring each school year prior to the first convening of the IEP team for the child. This change is being made because most IEP team meetings occur in the spring, and in order for the IEP to be updated for the next school year. In closing, Madam Chair, and you've been generous with time, thank you so much. In closing, this bill is not just about enhancing a legal framework, it's about improving the lives of our most vulnerable children. It's about acknowledging that every child has the potential to flourish when given the right support. With that, Madam Chair, I urge support and passage of H.R. 4259, and I yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to second last word. The Think Differently About Education Act of 2023 requires schools to notify parents of their right under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, to bring an expert with specialized knowledge or expertise regarding their child to Individualized Education Program, or IEP, meetings. While parents clearly have this right under current law, they may not always be appropriately informed of that right. This legislation ensures that parents will know that they can include experts that can assist in shaping the IEP that meets the student's individual needs. This legislation will assist parents in making sure that their child is able to access a free and appropriate education as guaranteed under IDEA. So I thank you and support the ANS, and would encourage my colleagues to support the ANS and passage of the bill. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Any other members who wish to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no... Oh, sorry, I didn't. Ms. Hayes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, thank you. I rise in support of this amendment in the nature of a substitute. I think that what is important is that parents need to be active partners with their children's education. As a teacher and someone who has sat in on dozens of IEPs, there have been points where I have stopped the meeting and said to the parent, are you sure you want to make this decision right now? Take the time to think about it. And what I've seen is that disproportionately in school districts like mine, which was a Title I school district, parents were unaware of those options. There are places where parents show up and they have a therapist, a lawyer, a counselor, a support specialist, and they already know what their menu of available options are. So it is a good idea to make sure that those options are available to every parent, and not only are they available, but they are aware that they are available. So this is actually a very good amendment and another step closer to making sure that our students with different learning needs are met. However, I would love to see in this Congress or any other Congress that we actually fully fund IDEA so that many of the issues that we are talking about we can resolve. We can move it one step closer to making sure that all children have a free and appropriate public education. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. It is actually a really good amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Is there any other member who wished to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Here it is. Okay. There being no amendments, question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4259 as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. We will now move to consider the next bill, The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the bill H.R. 5349 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5349, to develop and disseminate a civic education curriculum and oral history resources regarding certain political ideologies and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I now recognize Congressman Wahlberg to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5349 offered by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan. Identifier H.R. 5349 ANS _001.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Wahlberg for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a child of the 50s and 60s who spent literally time under my desk at school or up against an interior wall and its lockers due to our preparation for a nuclear attack coming from communist Soviet Union, this is a real issue that has developed again and in some cases right under our noses. And so I'd like to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute for the crucial Communism Teaching Act, or H.R. 5349, which ensures that students receive an accurate education regarding the political ideology of communism. Communism has a long, dark history of political suppression, persecution, and violence that is being whitewashed by foreign influence in American education institutions, sadly. At the elementary and secondary level, Confucius classrooms act as a foothold for Chinese Communist Party, not the people of China, but the Chinese Communist Party, to disseminate propaganda in American schools and cover up the atrocities of past communist regimes. These classrooms are the K-12 arm of the CCP, Confucius Institutes, a broader attempt to advance Chinese national interests by exercising soft power on all American educational institutions. As one member of the CCP Politburo puts it, Confucius Institutes are, quote, part of China's foreign propaganda strategy, end quote. The agenda of Confucius Institutes is evident in their teachings. They downplay Chinese human rights abuses, chill discussion of the Tiananmen Square massacre, and suppress opposition to Chinese aggression toward Taiwan. While cultural exchange between nations is not inherently harmful, in fact encouraged, we should be wary of communist influence and infiltration in our schools because they are our enemies, clear and simple. In addition, we should ensure that American school children receive an accurate and comprehensive education on the nature of communist regimes. That's what this bill does. It instructs the Independent Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation to provide educational resources for middle and high school students. That includes treating political ideologies with an equal level of rigor and robust analysis. The truth about communism is that it has led to the deaths of over 100 million victims worldwide and currently tramples the human rights of over 1.5 billion people across the globe. And we see it even in the war in Ukraine. The truth is that communism has a wicked and evil nature and has failed every time it has been tried. This bill comes at a pivotal time in American culture. Studies show that the values of the school-age generation are departing from previous norms. They don't know about it, and what they've heard has changed their perspective. In fact, research shows that 19% of Gen Z believe that dictatorship is the best political system, compared to only 3% of the silent generation. The data is troubling. And solutions start with ensuring an accurate education. Bias towards communism, totalitarianism, and authoritarianism should have no place in American schools. And therefore, Madam Chair, I urge passage of H.R. 5349, and I yield back.
Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, for his amendment. On its face, I have no issue with the text of the ANS. It is effectively identical to the underlying bill. I do believe that decisions about curriculum are best left to state and local governments, a belief I know many of my colleagues share, and it is a belief that has resulted in provisions in federal law barring the Department of Education from authorizing, directing, or supervising control over curriculum offered in American schools. That curriculum is left to the state and local governments. I can think of multiple bills the committee could consider that would go further than H.R. 5349 in addressing the educational needs of the country, like the Rebuild America Schools Act to make sure American students are not learning in unsafe, unhealthy school buildings. That said, the committee Democrats have recognized in the past that when important aspects of our shared history have been in the danger of being ignored, something should be done. Concerns that we are steadily losing the remaining first-hand witnesses to the horrors of the Holocaust, while at the same time denials of the Holocaust were flourishing in public discourse, drove this committee to bring the Never Again Education Act to the floor last Congress. It did not change any curriculum, but it did provide funds for the development of curriculum which local education authorities could voluntarily adopt if they wanted to. That bill passed the House under suspension of the rules with overwhelming bipartisan support and was signed into law in 2020. Now, there's no dispute that countries that pursued communism in the 20th century did so at the expense of keeping their citizens oppressed. Thankfully, the resolve of the free world held and the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War were heralded as victories for peace, freedom, free enterprise, and democratic rule. But I fear that a bill directing the creation of a curriculum educating students about the horrors of life under communism has the potential to be used to score political points by attempting to align legitimate public policies espoused by some Americans with the practices of those foreign communist regimes. Throughout American history, right-wing activists have used accusations of communism or communist sympathies to attack, discredit, delegitimize Americans voicing support for liberal or progressive policies. From the Palmer raids to the Red Scares to Senator Joe McCarthy and the House Un-American Activities Committee accusing an American of being a communist or communist adjacent has been a well-worn tactic of the right. Sadly, this all too often has a racial component. Both Dr. Martin Luther King and President Barack Obama, arguably the pinnacles of black power in this country, were both accused of being communists and Marxists. But when we debated the Never Again Education Act on the floor, there were no accusations on one side of the aisle was anti-Semitic. There was recognition that we all stood against anti-Semitism. Compare this to when the House considered H-Con Res 9, a resolution denouncing the horrors of socialism. This bill was offered. A member of this committee put forth an amendment that simply clarified that when the resolution denounced socialism or socialist policy in the United States, it did not include existing federal programs such as Medicare, Social Security, TRICARE, VA healthcare, or the VA home loan program, the VA burial benefits, or homeless programs. That amendment was not even made in order to debate. During the debate, Democratic members expressed the same concerns that I am today, that the conflation of oppressive foreign communist regimes with progressive policies drives a wedge between our sides where need not exist. As such, after the debate on the INS, I will offer a simple amendment that will ensure the full scope of political ideologies counter to the American system are considered when we develop a curriculum under H.R. 5349. And so I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Courtney, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Again, first of all, I just want to begin by saying I will support Mr. Wahlberg's bill. Again, a close reading of it, I think, shows that we're not mandating a curriculum. We're just simply offering a curriculum for schools to utilize, just as we did with the Holocaust legislation that the ranking member just described a few minutes ago. And again, the reference to the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, again, that was an organization which actually was created by Congress back in the 1990s. It was done actually by a unanimous vote. So, again, I think Mr. Scott's comments, though, I think really are important to be on the record that, this is a topic that hopefully will, include the full scope of thorough education for people in terms of the history of communism. And Mr. Wahlberg correctly talked about some examples about why this is important right now in terms of the moment that we're in, the Confucius Society efforts that are happening in education institutions that clearly the Chinese Communist Party are very much involved in, and also the war in Ukraine. I would just note that the war in Ukraine was started by a former KGB agent who was part of the Soviet Union's Communist Party. At a young age, as an adolescent, he was recruited into the KGB, has been a full-throated supporter of Soviet communism. He was in East Berlin when the wall fell. He was actually a KGB agent that was there burning documents, and has described the fall of the wall as the greatest tragedy of the 20th century, which is actually kind of an astonishing statement when you think about the loss of life in World War II, the Holocaust, et cetera. Fast forward to where we are today, we have a candidate running for office who is the leader of the pack in the Republican Party, who just a couple days ago was bragging about how he was the apple of Vladimir Putin's eye, which is, in my opinion, an embarrassment to have a major political leader talking about a Soviet communist KGB agent who started a unprovoked war in Ukraine that has caused thousands of lives to be lost, and to be describing him as somehow, an acceptable world leader, let alone one that we want to be on the good side of, which hopefully will not be the case, after 2024. So the need to educate people about, the events that we're in today and the connection back to the Soviet Union and their atrocities that they caused with the gulags and the captive nations, whether it was Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, who, by the way, have contributed more to Ukraine as a matter of GDP than the U.S. has. I think all of this should be out there for the American public and American young students to learn about in terms of how we make judgments and decisions, which are going to be actually fast approaching this Congress when we have to take up a supplemental to help Ukraine. And there's efforts to resist Vladimir Putin, the former KGB communist agent. So again, with those comments, and I look forward to Mr. Scott's amendment, which I think will make this bill even better, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Yeah, the gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes, Ms. Bonamy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to agree with what Mr. Courtney said about this particular piece of legislation. And I note in looking at it as well that it does talk about a curriculum that is accurate, relevant, and accessible. And I also want to note that this kind of discussion may make some people uncomfortable, but that is part of learning about history. And I know there have been discussions over the past couple of years about a concern about making students uncomfortable about learning a particular part of our history. And I hope that we understand that with this legislation saying it is an accurate, relevant, and accessible curriculum, and that it's not required, because of course the federal government does not dictate curriculum, that we understand that part of learning history may make people uncomfortable, and I hope that that's true with American history as well as all world history that our students should be getting as part of a well-rounded education, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Anyone else wish to comment? I'll just buttress very briefly what Ms. Bonamici said. This is not any way a requirement, and I think it was implied earlier that that was going to be a requirement in curriculum, but we cannot, and I'm the most adamant about the federal government not demanding things be required in the curriculum. So I think it's a good bill that highlights an issue, as the bill says. The other implication was that communism doesn't exist anymore and that we're studying history. Well, yes, we're studying history, but we also know there are many, many millions, billions of people living under communism now, and I think it's very important that we explain that to people. Anyone else? Being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. For what purpose? The gentleman from Virginia seek recognition.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the desk designated AMD_01XML.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5349, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier AMD_01.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment is simple. It includes fascism as one of the political ideologies that conflicts with the principles of freedom and democracy that the bill says are essential to the founding of the United States and therefore should be part of the anticipated and recommended curriculum. Now, after expressing concern that this bill conflated legitimate public disagreements with dangerous political ideologies, I do not want to do the same thing. I'm merely suggesting that the bill could be improved by not artificially limiting the scope of the dangerous regimes covered by this curriculum. In the debate on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, I mentioned H-Con Res 9, a resolution considered on the floor this February, which denounced socialism. I described the resolution committee, in describing the resolution, I noted that committee member Mr. Tonko offered an amendment that clarified that the current federal government programs like Social Security and Medicare should not be included in the bill's definition of socialism. He also offered another amendment that would have included other forms of political extremism, such as authoritarianism, fascism, nationalism, and anarchism in the bill. That amendment was not made in order, and I hope we don't make the same mistake today. This amendment does not produce another subject matter to the bill. I don't think anybody in the room would disagree that fascism is clearly a political ideology that conflicts with the principles of freedom and democracy. It would not change the fundamental purpose of the bill. The underlying bill mentions a class of ideologies, ones that would conflict with the principles of freedom and democracy essential to the founding of the United States, and it already includes 2 or more propositions within this class, communism and totalitarianism, that should be, so there should be no question about the germaneness of this amendment. So I'd ask members to support the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Are there other members who wish to speak on the amendment offered by Mr. Scott? I will yield myself time. I appreciate the gentleman's amendment. However, fascism and communism are different, And the point of this bill is to study communism in particular, not every evil political ideology under the sun. The foundation was chartered by Congress specifically to memorialize victims of communism. In fact, that's the title of the organization, the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. They should remain focused on that mission. They specialize in studying the evils of communism, and they should remain focused on communism. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment and in favor of the underlying bill, and I yield back. Is there further? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just going back to the text of Mr. Wahlberg's language here, and it says on the first page, to understand the dangers of communism and similar political ideologies. And then on the next page, it says, includes comparative discussion of certain political ideologies, including communism and totalitarianism, that conflict with principles of freedom and democracy. So I support Mr. Scott's amendment because it makes sense, and it's consistent with Mr. Wahlberg's language, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there any other member who wishes to speak on the amendment? There being no further comments on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the bill H.R. 5110 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5110, to amend the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 to clarify that the prohibition of the use of federal education funds for certain weapons does not apply to the use of such weapons for training in archery, hunting, or other shooting sports.
Without objection. Pardon me. We need to go back to the previous bill. There being no amendments, question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5349. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. We'll now move to consideration of H.R. 5110, and with the committee's indulgence, we'll assume what had just happened, and we'll move on. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I now recognize Congressman Grossman to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you. I'd like to offer an amendment in the
Mr. Grossman, just a moment. The clerk is recognized.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5110 offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin. Identifier H.R. 5110 ANS_01.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Grossman for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I would like to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute for the Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act, or H.R. 5110, which ensures that students are not barred from accessing hunting and archery classes, as well as other valuable education enrichment activities like field events and culinary programs. Recently, the Department of Education revealed it's prohibiting the use of Elementary and Secondary Act funding for hunting and archery programs, citing language in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. The The BSCA had no such bans. There's no evidence that members of Congress ever dreamed that the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act would be used to defund hunting and archery classes. Even Democrat Senator Martin Heinrich maintains the reading of BSCA stated, I helped negotiate the BCSA to improve public safety and never cut educational resources for sportsmen and archery programs, which teach important safety lessons and personal responsibility. Furthermore, even the Biden administration did not originally believe this convoluted interpretation. In a November 2022 frequently asked questions on BCCA, the Education Department nowhere suggested that funding for educational enrichment activities would be threatened. What we have here is an anti-Second Amendment, anti-Constitution federal agency looking anywhere they can to find a way to strong-arm schools into not offering hunter and archery programs. And of course, we all know the reason why. They don't like the Second Amendment, they don't like guns, and having an archery or hunting class may introduce some people to the ability of using guns, and they want the less guns as possible in our society. We need more hunting and archery classes in the United States, not fewer. Outdoor recreation is a fundamental American pastime, not to mention all Americans should be familiar with how to safely use firearms. Education is a moral and social component that the Education Department would do well to remember. The goal of education is not just to cultivate future minds and future citizens, but to be prepared to exercise all of their rights under the Constitution. I believe that hunting and archery programs add this dimension for American school children by teaching them self-esteem, responsibility, and ultimately how to exercise their Second Amendment rights. I urge passage of H.R. 5110, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment and the nature of a substitute? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for his amendment. I supported the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act when it came before the House last year. While I continue to remain concerned that the legislations had potential expansion of the death penalty, we were assured by the Department of Justice that there was, in fact, no expansion of the death penalty in the bill. The creation of broad new criminal penalties and its a disproportionate effect in some communities was also a concern, but I maintain it was the first significant effort in 30 years to address the scourge of gun violence in this country, and so I supported the legislation. As mentioned earlier, the law was negotiated in a bipartisan manner in the Senate and then came over to the House, where it was voted on with no changes and sent to the President for signature. In attempting to make clear that Title IV funds provided under this bill through ESEA could not be used to arm teachers or school staff or train them to use deadly weapons, Senate negotiators used language stating that no funds could be used to provide to any person a dangerous weapon or training in the use of a dangerous weapon. Now, the term dangerous weapon can be broadly defined, but in using this language, the Senate negotiators inadvertently, I believe, precluded the use of funds by students for certain activities in school and extracurricular activities that were previously permitted prior to the BSCA. H.R. 5110 is an attempt to fix that language to permit the use of such items for students in school and extracurricular activities, and I'm glad that we're able to work in a bipartisan manner once again to agree on the language we're voting today. As this issue came to light, the Department of Education has been targeted as the problem, and the sponsor of the bill just stated that the Department of Education has misinterpreted congressional intent in applying the law. That's not correct. Regardless of what Congress thought it was doing, the department has been following the law as written and passed by Congress and signed by the President. Today's legislation makes clear that we were not trying to preclude the use of items by students to pursue in the pursuit of education and extracurricular activities, and a list of examples in the legislative text is not exhaustive. That said, the amended prohibition would continue to preclude ESE funding to be used to arm teachers or school staff or train teachers and staff on the use of dangerous weapons. With that understanding and the new language, I support the amendment in the nature of a substitute and urge my colleagues to do the same and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Wahlberg, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer my support for the amendment and the passage of H.R. 5110, the Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act, which reinforces the importance of hunter safety, archery, and shooting sports education. The Biden Department of Education's egregious misinterpretation could eliminate opportunities for millions of students. And in fact, if we followed their interpretation to the nth, I suppose you could justify eliminating shop classes and chemistry classes, especially if I were involved in a chemistry class. Explosive things could take place and danger could result from it. But here we're talking about Hunting Heritage and Education Act. These classes and activities play a crucial role in empowering students from all backgrounds, teaching them safety, wildlife management, and personal responsibility. Over 600,000 students receive instruction annually, over 18 million students since 2002. Research indicates that due to increased participation in hunters' safety courses, the instances of hunting-related injuries have significantly decreased over the last 50 years. I've personally heard from a number of educators in my district who are at risk of losing funding if they continue to teach these courses. Some schools have already cut programs in fear of losing funding. Congress never intended to cut off funds for these activities. I hope my colleagues will join me in sending the Department of Education a clear message. We stand behind student hunters, archers, and instructors who help educate them and make it safer for all of us. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg. Are there other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment and the nature of a substitute? Mr. Good, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Good, I believe you wish to be recognized for 5 minutes on 5110.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I support the efforts here today to ensure that hunting, archery, and similar programs are protected at schools across the country. Virginians are passionate about these outdoor sports, and school programs are a great way to cultivate that passion while teaching young outdoorsmen about safety. The necessity of the bill today, though, is just one more example of how much the Democrat Party and the Biden Department of Education hate your Second Amendment rights, which, by the way, of course, the Second Amendment is not primarily about hunting or recreation, but it's about self-defense and protecting us from government tyranny. Currently, the Department of Education interprets the law to restrict funding for hunting and archery programs and clearly wants to use any and every means possible to impose their gun control agenda on law-abiding citizens. The legislation today seeks to provide an exemption and allow federal dollars to be used for hunting and archery programs. The genesis of this problem comes from a law passed last Congress, the bipartisan so-called Safer Communities Act, which I vigorously opposed. And we should do more to repeal the harmful impacts this legislation has had on our schools. In fact, I co-sponsored legislation offered by Representative Ogles from Tennessee that repeals the section of the law that's being misinterpreted today. The effect of this TEACH Act would not only protect hunting and archery programs, but also eliminate one of the restrictions on a school's ability to train teachers to safely use firearms. If we permit teachers to be armed and trained, it would go a long way toward protecting our children and students and teachers and staff in our schools. Instead of blocking federal funding, we should support any investment in defensive training programs, which is also what Representative Ogles' bill would do. I sincerely believe all of our schools would be safer if we fund and resource law enforcement officers and teachers, in addition to enforcing strong legal penalties for criminals. Federal investment can play a key role, but a large part of our work should focus on getting federal laws the heck out of the way, so that states and communities can protect their own. This would also mean enacting legislation like the Safe Students Act offered by Representative Massey from Kentucky. His bill would repeal the one-size-fits-all federal ban on guns in school zones. that prohibit a school district from setting their own firearm policy. I support the legislation today because it's a step in the right direction, but we should go further and allow teachers to exercise Second Amendment rights in defense of their students and themselves in schools as well. The Second Amendment doesn't or shouldn't end at the schoolhouse door for responsible, law-abiding teachers and personnel who are trained and looking to protect themselves and their students. So I support the legislation, and I urge my colleagues to vote in support as well. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Miller, I believe you would wish to be recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Fox. I appreciate the committee working to fix some of the damage done by President Biden's anti-gun agenda. It's so important that we save the hunting, archery, and shooting programs for our children. All of these unintended consequences are the result of Senate Republicans joining Biden to rush a gun control bill in the last Congress that violated the Second Amendment rights of American citizens. While we are fixing the problems Biden created for student hunting and archery programs, there are still risks to wood shop and machine shop classes because of the language of Biden's anti-gun bill. It was so extreme it can cover saws and drills in a wood shop. I will be working with Congressman Ogles of Tennessee to fix some of these problems so that schools maintain local control over the programs without the dictates of the federal government. Our students should be able to learn hunting, fishing, archery, carpentry, and every other beneficial life skill that local parents decide should be part of their curriculum. Parents should be in charge, not Joe Biden. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Mr. Moran, I believe you wish to be recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chairwoman, I speak in support of Chairman Green's Protecting Hunting Heritage and Education Act. This would amend the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act and the Elementary Secondary Education Act so that it explicitly states that school programs that train students in archery, hunting, or other shooting sports are eligible for federal funding. As you've heard, the Department of Education under the Biden administration has been misinterpreting the provisions under that statute and specifically misinterpreting this phrase, training in the use of a dangerous weapon. They're misinterpreting it to the point where now classes for archery or hunting safety are being deemed a violation of the BSCA and the ESEA. If we were to extend that misinterpretation to classes such as culinary, they would also be excluded because in culinary classes you use a knife. And so the analogy here is that we see a Department of Education going out of its way to restrict the rights and privileges under the Second Amendment simply because they are anti-gun in this country. This bill today would correct the Department of Education's incorrect and misguided interpretation under the current statute. When we look at hunting and archery classes, we know, those of us that have been involved in those, and I have through the Boy Scouts and other organizations, that they teach and reinforce skills like responsibility, self-reliance, preparation, attention to detail. Reinforces the ideals of conservatism and stewardship of our natural resources. These courses build self-esteem in school children and confidence. They build an appreciation and a love for the world that God created and for all of the animals on this earth. They teach safety skills relating to rifles and bows and arrows, skills and characteristics that we want in our young children today. As a supporter of the Second Amendment, I believe that we should responsibly teach our children the skills training in archery, hunting, and other shooting sports. In East Texas, these skills are extremely important, not just to daily hobbies, but to daily life and to the long-term success of our nation and the protection of our Second Amendment rights. I applaud my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for supporting this bill, and I yield back, and I thank the Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Moran. Ms. Bonamici,
I move to strike the last word.
you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I want to align myself with the comments of Ranking Member Scott that the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act was never intended to do things like forbid a culinary class because they use knives or address CTE classes or even hunting classes. But I must say, Madam Chairwoman, colleagues, that I'm vehemently opposed to the notion that teachers should be armed in the classroom. In fact, multiple law enforcement agencies across the country have expressed concern that they would not be able to distinguish between the attacker and the armed school staff when they're attempting to secure the premises. And we know that that is not the answer to safety for students. In fact, at Umpqua Community College in Oregon, when there was a mass shooting, there was a student there who was armed. And he said, no way was he getting his weapon out, because as soon as the police officers came in, he would be shot. So it is not the answer to arm teachers. What we need to do is work together on finding ways that keep our students safer. Putting guns in the classroom is not the answer, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Any other member wish to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Is there any member that wishes to offer an amendment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5110. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. We'll now move forward to the next bill. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the resolution of H.J. Res. 88 for amendment. The resolution was circulated in advance, and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the resolution.
H.J. Res. 88, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to improving income-driven repayment for the William D. Ford Federal Direct Loan Program and the Federal Family Education Loan Program.
Without objection, the first reading of the resolution is dispensed with. Without objection, the resolution will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the resolution? There being no further discussion on the resolution.
Was that,
Pardon me.
yeah.
Okay. Ms. McLean, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Since taking office, the Biden administration has been set on circumventing Congress and the Supreme Court in an attempt to push through his disastrous free college agenda. And as we all know, nothing is ever free. Despite President Biden's rebuke by the Supreme Court, who ruled his student loan forgiveness program was unconstitutional, his administration pushed through with a very new plan just hours after that ruling to drastically rewrite the income-driven repayment program. The plan, dubbed the Savings on Valuable Education, or SAVE plan, does everything but save money. In fact, the Congressional Budget Office estimates the SAVE plan will cost the American taxpayer over $230 billion over the next decade. Doesn't sound like free to me. The University of Pennsylvania's Wharton Business School budget model estimates the plan will cost $475 billion over the next 10 years. Doesn't sound like free to me, but could cost as much as $559 billion. The president's radical SAVE plan far exceeds the price tag the illegal student loan bailout shutdown by the Supreme Court, and would be the most expensive regulation in American history. Experts across the political spectrum agree that this is the opposite of the repayment plan, with just 2 in 10 undergraduate borrowers expected to fully repay their loans, and the average student paying roughly half of what one borrows from taxpayers. Despite the president selling this as a way to fix the student loan issue, the SAVE plan will actually incentivize colleges to continue increasing prices, which is odd if it's free, with the guarantee that the cost will be covered by taxpayers who never stepped through the doors. Furthermore, the CBO estimates the SAFE plan will increase borrowing by $100 billion over the next decade. The plan is a slap in the face to Americans across the country who actually went to college and actually paid off their loans, and to the Americans who never went to college in the first place. This law is why I, along with Chairwoman Fox and 47 of my Republican colleagues, have introduced this Congressional Review Act resolution of disapproval. Congressional Republicans stand for the majority, Madam Chairwoman, the majority of Americans who actually take responsibility for their loans, the majority of Americans who actually pay their bills, and the majority of Americans who stand for self-responsibility. It is clear that President Biden and the unelected bureaucrats he's put in power have no respect for the hardworking taxpayers he is forcing to foot the bill, nor does the president have any respect for the Supreme Court, who ruled his student loan giveaway are unconstitutional, nor does the president have respect for Congress, who holds the power of the purse. This is why, in addition to the resolution we are considering today, I, along with Representative Owens and Chairwoman Fox, introduced the FAIR Act, which provides a fiscally responsible, targeted solution to fix the broken IDR program Democrats created. This legislation streamlines student loan repayments, prevents ballooning balances, and ensures borrowers never pay back more than they owed, and provide payment assistance to borrowers in need instead of a blanket of bailouts for those who don't. I urge my colleagues to support House Joint Resolution 88 and stand united for taxpayers across the country who are tired of runaway spending, tired of handouts, and tired of a president actively disregarding our constitutional system of government. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. McClain. Congressman Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm disappointed again that instead of addressing the serious challenges of college affordability, we're now considering a rehashing of the harmful proposal that already passed this summer as part of the House version of the debt ceiling legislation. Excuse me. Debt ceiling legislation. SAVE plan is the most recent income-driven repayment plan the Biden administration has implemented after a long and strenuous process of engaging with stakeholders, including students, borrowers, institutions, and advocacy organizations. Plan will help make loan payments more affordable for over 20 million borrowers, particularly low and moderate income borrowers, by cutting undergraduate loan payments and increasing the threshold of discretionary income, combating ballooning interest. It will also address inequities in the loan in the loan system. Let me be clear, this resolution to retroactively eliminate the SAVE plan would hurt millions of student loan borrowers. Over 4 million borrowers have already enrolled in the plan. They would be forced to enroll in a more expensive repayment plan. And because this resolution, just like the last one on student debt relief, is retroactive, borrowers would be on the hook to repay any principal and interest costs they have already saved under the SAVE plan. SAVE Act is not a backdoor scheme. It is a transformative loan repayment plan designed to alleviate financial burdens of low and middle income borrowers already struggling to make payments on their loans, and provide a repayment plan that they can afford. SAVE plan is life-changing for them, and therefore I would oppose this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Good. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I support H.J. Res. 88, which will nullify President Biden's latest efforts to unlawfully and immorally push the cost of higher education onto the taxpayer. The Biden administration's SAVE plan requires borrowers to pay back loans on an even lower percentage of their income, with the promise that forgiveness, or actually transfer to the taxpayer, will come in the future. It's estimated only 22% of students who borrowed money from taxpayers to go to college will ever fully pay it back. Back in June, President Biden ignored the first warning from Congress that his efforts to forgive, we shouldn't use that term, transfer to the taxpayer loans are both unconstitutional and morally wrong. The House and the Senate passed my resolution to nullify Biden's $315 billion, conservatively speaking, student loan transfer scheme. President Biden ignored the will of Congress, however, and vetoed it. But the Supreme Court overturned his plan appropriately within the same month. But once again, this Congress is giving President Biden a chance to reevaluate his misguided priorities when it comes to reforming the high cost of higher education. The new repayment plan is slated to become the most expensive regulation in history. A charitable estimate suggests it'll cost taxpayers a mere $276 billion, which, by the way, is about $1,000 per American citizen. Other budget models place the cost somewhere between $475 and $559 billion. I know the way we spend trillions around here, billions don't seem like a lot, but this plan will incentivize more borrowing. It's worth noting that more borrowing does not bring down college costs. In fact, for every $1 increase in student loan subsidies, colleges increase their tuition by 60 cents. So Congress must reclaim its power and act today to stop the unilateral actions of President Biden that are worsening the higher education financial crisis and pushing our country deeper into debt. I urge my colleagues on both sides to vote in favor of this resolution, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Dr. Adams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Before I begin my remarks, I do want to remind my colleagues from Virginia, Mr. and Mrs. Good, Mr. Good, that 800,000 borrowers already enrolled in the SAFE program, the most affordable IDR plan ever. I have to say once again that the debt is just too damn high. Currently, 43 million borrowers are crippled by nearly $1.7 trillion in student debt. 1 million of those borrowers are North Carolinians, who, by the way, are taxpayers, who alone owe a combined $51 billion in student debt. As a former educator, I do know the power of education. For decades, higher education changed lives and opened the doors to upward social mobility. It took kids from the most impoverished communities and it gave them the chance to become doctors and lawyers and even members of Congress. Higher education is a place for people from all walks of life to develop their minds, their bodies, and their souls. And today, however, exorbitant tuition prices have made it just another barrier, keeping families out of the middle class and, for some, economic stability. Having to pay off student loan debt leads to decades of economic stagnation due to exorbitant monthly payment costs and interest fees. Income-driven repayment plans, or IDR programs, provide flexibility for borrowers in managing their debt and decreasing defaults, and to improve access and affordability in higher education. The SAVE program under the IDRs substantially reduces monthly payments for borrowers and even offers loan forgiveness after 10 years for borrowers with balances less than $12,000, 20 years for undergraduate loans, and 25 years for graduate loans. This plan will only serve to help borrowers. Not to mention, some of our most essential jobs require college and postgraduate degrees. Jobs that are in higher education, jobs are in higher demand, than ever. North Carolina is currently 13,000 nurses short. We have over 5,000 classrooms in need of teachers. And these jobs require college education. So how can we expect to build an educated workforce if we make the hurdles to higher education so high? Income-based loan repayment plans are just the start. And so we must support the Biden administration's improvements to the federal student loan program to keep borrowers from being crushed by monthly payments and high interest rates that they cannot afford. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no for this resolution. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly oppose this resolution, and I want to follow up on Dr. Adams' comments to remind everyone that many, if not most, borrowers have actually paid on their loans. They've made payments. They just can't get ahead because of compounding interest. And I've spoken with people recently who now owe more than they borrowed, even though they've been making payments. But I want to add that higher education should be available without people getting into debt, because it's a public good. Like K-12 education, early childhood, and higher education, they are public goods and a good investment. And a public good is like infrastructure. You know, I have constituents who won't ever drive on a bridge in Michigan or drive on a road in Virginia, for example. I live in Oregon. They might not ever get there, but some of their tax dollars are going to infrastructure across the country because it's a public good. So if we look at education as a public good, I was recently having a conversation with a professor from Canada and another one from Germany, and they were baffled about why our higher education system is so expensive, because they look at it as a good investment. It grows the economy when people are educated. And what is morally wrong is leaving people drowning in debt because they made the decision to go to college. So I strongly oppose this resolution. Let's work together and recognize that education is a good investment and help students get through college without debt in the future. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Over the last year, the committee has had several hearings examining the problems of post-secondary education, and importantly, those hearings shed light on the bipartisan agreement that college costs are too high, completion rates are too low, and far too many students are made worse off for investing in post-secondary education. Unfortunately, this bipartisan agreement has been overshadowed by the blatant partisanship coming from a White House that has zero respect for Congress or the rule of law. That's why we're here today, not because Republicans don't care about student borrowers, not because the Supreme Court is somehow illegitimate for upholding the Constitution. No, we're here because the President of the United States is attempting to enact the most expensive regulation in our nation's history and ruin our post-secondary education system in the process. Make no mistake, the President's so-called SAVE plan is nothing more than a vehicle to push his radical free college agenda through the back door. Indeed, economists and policy experts on both sides of the aisle agree that the President's plan will result in the vast majority of students paying back only a fraction of what they borrowed before their loan is canceled, effectively turning student loans into blank checks without any accountability for the taxpayers who are writing them. And if you want to know why colleges and universities are so expensive, it's because we keep writing blank checks to the colleges and universities. Ironically, despite taking an additional $559 billion out of taxpayers' wallets, the SAVE plan still doesn't fix the broken income-driven repayment program the Democrats created. Today, 3/4 of the borrowers enrolled in IDR haven't reduced their loan balances 5 years after entering repayment. The administration's IDR plan doesn't alleviate this problem. Instead, it exacerbates it, as tens of millions of borrowers will be forced to pay for decades and still never pay a single penny towards their principal. For instance, these changes mean that the typical borrower who graduates with a bachelor's degree will pay 11 years longer and nearly $4,000 more out of pocket relative to the current IDR plan. Higher balances and slower repayment rates mean aggregate student debt will rise faster. That's the opposite of solving the student loan crisis. Simply put, Biden's plan is disastrous for borrowers and taxpayers. So much so that even my Democrat colleagues couldn't bring themselves to include it in their student loan proposal introduced a few months ago. That's why committee Republicans are putting an end to this by advancing H.J. Res. 88 and by putting forth solutions like the FAIR Act to fix our broken repayment system in a way that protects borrowers and taxpayers from unaffordable debt. Unlike the SAVE plan, the FAIR Act ensures borrowers whose investment in education doesn't deliver the promised results don't spend decades making interest-only payments. Instead, under the FAIR Act, borrowers will see real progress towards paying off their loans. Moreover, rather than blanket bailouts, the FAIR Act makes things right for those who are harmed by Democrats' repayment systems in the past by discharging the loans of those who have already paid back more than what they owed taxpayers. I urge committee Democrats to join us in refusing to cede this committee's authority to the executive branch. Instead, join us in working across the aisle on a permanent fix to the student loan program and our post-secondary education system. Join us in passing H.J. Res. 88. And I would like to make one more comment in response to education being a public good. Yes, there are many who would say it's a public good, but it's more a private good. The person who gains that education. And it is unfair to ask those taxpayers who did not take out that loan, those who have the loans took them out knowingly and willingly, and now they want to transfer that to the public, and that is wrong. I yield back. So you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Hold on. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak on HJ Res 88 SAVE Plan CRA. Once again, we're forced to come here today to defend the majority of hardworking, taxpaying Americans who have zero student loan debt. Since the president took office, more than $200 billion in student debt relief has already been provided without congressional approval. This so-called SAVE plan will cost taxpayers, including more than half of my constituents, who chose not to attend college, who found other paths to success in life, or who attended college and paid their bills, did the responsible thing, who made good decisions in terms of their education and found a return on that investment that they made. As much as $559 billion, making it the most expensive regulation in American history. The Biden administration's reckless decision to ignore the recent Supreme Court ruling and pursue student loan forgiveness is putting American taxpayers on the hook. This decision is unfair to the millions of Americans who never went to college and will only fan the flames of our record inflation. We must work on solutions that make college affordable and allow individuals to receive the skills that they need to succeed in life, not simply give free handouts without addressing the root causes of higher education costs. And Madam Chair, I think we have to look at the unintended consequences of what this does to drive up the cost of higher education. If the providers of higher education, and I'm a huge fan, I'm a student of lifetime learning, but the providers of higher education see that our country is going to forgive student debt, whether it's once or multiple times in the future, there is no checks and balances that keeps them from inflating the cost of that education. And that is just a cost that we cannot afford. So I'm proud to co-sponsor and support this measure to overturn this disastrous policy, and I encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Grijalva, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
The ranking member, Scott.
Thank you. Thank the gentleman for yielding. I just didn't want the idea that education as a public good be disparaged. I think we can just disagree. If we're going to disagree on it, just disagree. I think it is a public good. And if people are going to pay back loans, we didn't hear this kind of outrage when PPP loans, some of which went into the millions, were discharged. There wasn't any outrage about that, and the only people that benefited from that were those businesses, whereas the entire public benefits from a well-educated citizenry. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. There being no further discussion on the resolution, the committee will move to consideration of amendments.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
There being no amendments, the question now occurs.
Do the gentleman have an amendment?
I don't believe the gentleman has an amendment on this particular resolution. There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the resolution HJ Res 88. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. Mr. Scott? The gentleman requests a recorded vote. The vote will be moved to a later time. We'll now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the bill H.R. 4957 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4957, to apply the requirements of the Federal Vacancies Reform Act of 1998 to a vacancy in the Office of the Secretary of Labor and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I now recognize Congressman Kiley to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4957, offered by Mr. Kiley of California, identifier R4957_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Kiley for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute for the Department of Labor Succession Act, or H.R. 4957, which would ensure that a constitutionally dubious forever nomination never again casts a cloud over the U.S. Department of Labor. Julie Su is President Biden's failed nominee for Secretary of Labor. I say failed because she has failed to get the votes in the Senate that our Constitution requires for a nominee to be confirmed. In fact, on July 20th of this year, that was almost 2 months ago, Ms. Su broke a record. She became the longest pending cabinet nominee when the same party controls the White House and the Senate since 1887. For months, the administration put on what was described as a full court press to secure Su's nomination, setting up a war room and putting relentless pressure on senators. After that failed, the administration suddenly adopted a new position that the confirmation vote it had worked so hard to secure was actually optional, and irrespective of the vote count, Ms. Sue can keep serving as an unconfirmed acting secretary indefinitely through the end of the Biden presidency. Vice President Harris even stated, quote, "I'll call her labor secretary. I'm not going to call her acting." Ms. Sue herself recently stated, "I don't have an intention of going anywhere." This is not the way our system of government is supposed to work. If this legislation fails to garner a majority in the House, I'm not going to suddenly insist that the vote was actually unnecessary and that the bill can move on to the Senate anyway. That is a denial of the democratic process. What President Biden is attempting here is an insult to the voters whose elected representatives in the Senate spent a great deal of time meeting with Ms. Sue, attending her confirmation hearing, evaluating her record, only to be told it was all just play acting, that the president can install his secretary regardless of what the Senate decides. So how is the administration attempting to justify this lawlessness? Through tortured statutory construction. Even though the Federal Vacancies Reform Act, or Vacancies Act, applies specific limits to the service of an acting secretary, the administration insists that a separate law creates a special exception just for the Labor Department. Since the general limits of the Vacancy Act are not mirrored in a 1946 law dealing specifically with the Department of Labor, the argument goes, those limits can simply be ignored in this particular case. This argument is far-fetched and, even if valid, would run squarely into the Constitution's advice and consent clause. Still, H.R. 4957 will close the door on it entirely by clarifying federal law. It will assure that the Department of Labor is not led by an unconfirmed nominee indefinitely. It will assure that the same limits that apply to an acting secretary of any other department also apply to the Department of Labor. We should also be mindful of why it is Ms. Sue has faced strong bipartisan opposition in the Senate, forcing the president to resort to the current anti-democratic scheme. As long as Ms. Sue continues to serve as acting secretary, workers are less secure, employers are left less confident, and taxpayers will be expected to foot the bill for any mismanagement. Workers are less secure under Ms. Sue because she was the chief enforcer of AB 5, a California anti-independent contractor law. AB 5 essentially fired countless workers across California's gig economy, from photographers to musicians to independent journalists. Now, she is attempting to nationalize the core of AB 5 through executive rulings and federal legislation. We should not export one of California's failures to the rest of the nation. Finally, Ms. Sue has a history of mismanaging taxpayer funds. As California's labor secretary, she oversaw a staggering $31 billion in fraudulent unemployment payments because she failed to take simple, common-sense steps that other states did. Our country simply cannot afford this kind of mismanagement. Madam Chair, this is a simple, common-sense measure. It will assure uniformity in federal law. It will protect and advance the rule of law, and I hope to see it get bipartisan support from this committee. I would humbly ask for your vote for H.R. 4957. Thank you, and I yield back.
Dr. Adams, I believe you wish to speak on the amendment. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
H.R. 4957 is a cynical attack on Acting Secretary Sue in an effort to undermine the Biden administration's robust pro-worker agenda that's being falsely marketed as a good government solution. So let me be clear. Acting Secretary Sue is serving legally. And there's absolutely no problem at all in having the Deputy Secretary of Labor serve as the acting secretary. Ever since 1946, the Deputy Secretary has been authorized under the law to serve as the acting secretary whenever the Secretary of Labor position is vacant. Because that is such an important role, this position is required under the law to be filled by presidential nomination with the advice and consent of the Senate. And that means that when Julie Sue was nominated and confirmed by a majority vote in the Senate to serve as the Deputy Secretary, it was clear from the beginning that she would be able to assume the acting secretary role if, as later it happened, former Secretary of Labor Marty Walsh left the role. There's nothing unusual about the current law of succession at the Department of Labor. The law governing leadership succession for the Secretary of Labor is very similar to the laws governing succession for the Secretaries of Defense, Education, Energy, Homeland Security, Transportation, Treasury, and Veterans Affairs. The Attorney General, the Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and the Chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and dozens of sub-cabinet and sub-cabinet position offices, such as the Assistant Administrator of the Bonneville Powell Administration, the Secretary of Smithsonian Institute, and the National Archivist. The authors of the Federal Vacancies Reform Act knew that these laws are on the books and that they left those laws in place. The FVRA fills in the gaps where the law is unclear on succession, but it specifically does not override other laws on leadership vacancies, including the law allowing the Deputy Secretary of Labor to serve as acting secretary. So let's be clear. Acting Secretary Julie Sue has been lawfully appointed and confirmed by the Senate and permitted by the department's organic statute to do the job that she's doing now. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem to be having what's called selective outrage, as they were silent when the Trump administration was blatantly violating the law on vacancies. GAO issued 10 letters finding violations of the FRA during the Trump administration, and it also issued an opinion about violations of the vacancies law for the Department of Homeland Security. And I don't recall hearing from my colleagues about those violations of the law. So today we hear that it's a challenge to the authority of an acting Secretary of Labor who's doing the job she was appointed by the President to do and confirmed by the Senate to do under the law that allows her to do it. And sadly, this is the very first labor bill the committee has marked up since the Republicans took control in January. Ranking Member Scott and I have asked twice for this committee to hold a hearing on the crisis of child labor and consider the legislation that we've offered to solve that crisis. My colleagues and I have been pressing for action to raise the minimum wage, to address heat stress, to help workers unionize, and much more. And there hasn't been time to consider those bills, yet here we are considering a bill to undermine the acting Secretary of Labor instead of working together to create jobs. And committee Republicans are focused on stopping one woman from getting one. They have the wrong priorities. Acting Secretary Sue is a champion for working people. Her litigation, garment workers who were working in conditions of slave labor in California sparked an entire movement of change. She's an effective leader. That scares low-road employers who profit from the exploitation of low-wage workers. And that's why we need her to continue to do the job that the law has allowed her to do. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Other members wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion. I'm sorry, Mr. Scott. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this is nothing less than an attack on one of the most qualified persons ever to serve in the Department of Labor. She has risen from a fighter for vulnerable workers in California to acting Secretary of Labor for the United States. She's worked on many different cases and has been a highly effective leader in California, spearheading cases like wage theft enforcement, record-setting citations, and she has, as Deputy Secretary and Secretary, overseen a booming economy, showing that creating more jobs in the first 2 years of the Biden-Harris administration than any president created in a full 4-year term, has now experienced the longest period of unemployment under 4% in about 50 years. And as the gentlelady from North Carolina said, she is serving legally according to the same law that applies to most department heads. And so this is unnecessary and unreasonable, and I would hope we would oppose it. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Anyone else wish to speak? There being no further discussion on the amendment and the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. In there being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment and the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4957 as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment and the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott request a recorded vote.
Is that final passage?
Okay. All right. The committee will now proceed to the consideration. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the bill H.R. 5338 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 5338, to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to establish that fiduciaries must act with prudence.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is five.
Yeah.
Did the clerk said 5338?
Yeah.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill, H.R. 5338, is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I now recognize Congressman Good to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5338 offered by Mr. Good of Virginia, identifier Good _086.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Good for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute for the No Discrimination in My Benefits Act, or H.R. 5338, which amends ERISA to say that any fiduciary, counsel, employee, or service provider should be selected without regard to race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. On day one of his administration, President Biden pursued a radical equity agenda. The Department of Labor erected a vague tiebreaker rule loophole that has increased ESG investing and eroded the law's long-standing provision that fiduciaries must base investments on economic factors alone and not woke social factors like the race or sex of a person. Unfortunately, fiduciaries are now under immense pressure from the left to weigh such social calculations not just in addition to, but above financial prudence and loyalty to investors. For example, Senate Democrats recently sent a letter to 25 companies requesting information about the race and gender or the DEI makeup of the asset managers of their pension plans. The letter actually voiced concern over the problem of white men dominating the industry and demanded answers from the companies on their plans not to improve investment return, but their plans to diversify their employees based on race and sex rather than the skills and expertise that may actually lead to a higher investment return. In other words, the Democrat Party typically wants to force companies to make decisions based on their race or sex in apparent contradiction to the longstanding Civil Rights Act. I'm leading this legislation because I believe that that using someone's race or sex to determine their eligibility for a position is wrong, and I believe that civil rights law agrees with me. Working Americans want the most competent and knowledgeable person to do the job of managing benefits. They want to know that their assets are safe and they will have a good return on their investment. Simply put, financial management should stay focused on finances. I hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can agree with this basic principle, so therefore I urge passage of H.R. 5338, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this bill is clearly a deeply flawed response to efforts on this side of the aisle related to increasing diversity among asset managers. The Government Accountability Office noted a few years ago that 1% of the $70 trillion in global financial assets under management are managed by women or minority-owned firms. This bill is likely to maintain that unacceptable status quo. That's a wrong approach. We should be doing more, not less, to increase diversity among asset managers in the private sector and the federal government. And for those who say that's too risky or not in the best interest of workers or retirement savers, let's go with women-run firms or black-owned firms. If you look at their performance, according to the Knight Foundation, they found that in hedge fund, mutual fund, private equity, and real estate industries, non-diverse asset management firms do not outperform diverse firms across all asset classes. Financial services firm Morningstar looked at women-run funds and found that they are just as good as men at managing funds, and there is some indication that the industry might actually be better off with more women at the helm of more funds. We should be leaning in to increase diversity in a sector that desperately needs it, not layering on even more barriers, which is what this bill does. I would therefore urge a no vote. Yield back. I'm sorry.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5338 as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. We will now move to consider. What page? Just give me a page number if I can get it. 51, okay? I'll find it. I'll find it. Here we go. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the bill H.R. 5337 for amendment. The bill will circulate in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5337 to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to clarify the application of prudence and exclusive purpose duties to the exercise of shareholder rights.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I now recognize myself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5337, offered by Ms. Fox of North Carolina. Identifier HOUCHI_0.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. During my time back in North Carolina, I continued to hear concerns about our economy. When folks are saving and investing for their retirement, the most important thing on their mind isn't gender ideology or other woke ideas. It's ensuring their retirement plans maximize returns, especially in an uncertain economy. My amendment, the Retirement Proxy Protection Act, would keep politics out of retirement plans by codifying key provisions of the Trump administration's proxy regulations, and would also require that fiduciaries maintain records and prudently monitor proxy voting activities for compliance with ERISA should they choose to delegate the authority to exercise shareholder rights to a third party. My constituents and workers across the country are focused on their retirements and their accounts' bottom lines, not on using their money to fund political crusades. It's important to protect workers' retirement accounts from being weaponized by political movements. Workers' retirement accounts should not be hijacked to the detriment of their retirement plans. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to keep politics out of retirement accounts, and I yield back. Are there other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this bill would codify the Trump-era proxy voting rule. Retirement savings covered by ERISA likely have stocks as part of their investment portfolio, and just like all shareholders, the plan fiduciaries are eligible to vote on matters pertaining to electing the board of directors, executive compensation, and other issues. Such voting often occurs by proxy. The Department of Labor has periodically issued guidance on proxy voting issues and remains consistent over the decades that voting proxies pertinent to a plan's investment is a fiduciary duty. Among the stockholder community, this was clearly understood. When it came to proxy voting and retirement savings plans, there was no problem that needed to be solved. However, in 2020, the Trump administration proposed a rule on proxy voting that was based on the flawed premise that some fiduciaries may be acting in ways that, quote, unwittingly allow plan assets to be used to support or pursue proxy proposals for environmental, social, or public policy agenda that were, unquote, that were not connected to increasing the value of investments. During the public comment period, numerous stakeholders pointed out that the Department of Labor lacked evidence or enforcement actions to substantiate that claim. Additionally, the Trump administration showed a lack of understanding about how fiduciaries vote on an ESG-related shareholder proposal is aligned with the best interests of the retirement plan participants. One financial services company commented that, quote, ESG factors are often in direct alignment with the company's pecuniary considerations, and thus it is often the case that voting proxies on ESG-related issues is in the economic interests of investors. Now, notwithstanding considerable opposition from a diverse group of stakeholders, the Trump administration proceeded with finalizing this proxy voting rule that reflected strong skepticism about ESG. The final rule specified that fiduciaries were not required to vote on all proxies and included 2 safe harbors that permitted fiduciaries to limit or refrain from voting in certain situations. The rule also imposed new onerous record-keeping requirements and monitoring obligations regarding exercising shareholder rights. The Trump-era proxy voting rule was unnecessary, and likely would have deferred ERISA fiduciaries from utilizing proxy voting. As Morningstar put it in its comment letter, quote, "If plans vote proxies less, which is likely impact of the proposal, they effectively give a greater voice to other kinds of investors, activist investors, for example, who don't necessarily represent participants' long-term interests. We should not turn the clock back and codify the Trump-era proxy voting rule, so I will urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time."
Gentleman yields back. Are there members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the desk, proxy underscore voting, PV underscore D underscore ANS.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5337, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia. Identifier PV_D_ANS.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This substitute amendment would codify the Biden administration's proxy voting rule. In March 2021, the Biden administration announced that it would not enforce the Trump-era proxy voting rule, that it intended to revise the rule in the future. December 2022, the Biden administration issued a final proxy rule that codified DOL's view that fiduciaries' responsibility for stock investment includes voting proxies and corrected several objectionable provisions in the Trump-era rule. For example, it eliminated the language from the Trump-era rule stating that fiduciaries are not required to vote all proxies. It also eliminated the Trump rule's safe harbors for permitting fiduciaries to limit or refrain from voting in certain situations. The rule also put an end to the Trump-era rule's record-keeping requirements and monitoring obligations on proxy voting activities. Unlike the Trump-era rule, the Biden administration proxy voting rule is popular and widely supported. As Mr. DeSaulnier mentioned during the debate on the prior bill, the U.S. Sustainable Investment Foundation and other organizations conducted another analysis of the comments submitted to the Department of Labor on the Biden administration's proposed ESG and proxy voting rule and found nearly the opposite results from the Trump-era proposed rule. Over 22,000 comments were submitted by individuals. 97.4 were in support of the proposed rule, and of the 144 letters submitted by institutions such as corporations, asset managers, financial firms, trade groups, and labor organizations, 83% were supportive, with some recommending modifications. So I urge support of my substitute amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Are there other amendments who wish to, other members who wish to speak on the amendment from Ranking Member Scott? I will recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. As Representative Scott has said, this amendment would codify the Biden administration's proxy voting rule. However, the Biden administration's ignoring ERISA's foundational principles of prudence and loyalty and co-opting ERISA plan assets to promote activist agendas. This amendment would continue the misuse of ERISA plan assets to promote activist agendas at the expense of American workers' benefits. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment. Are there others who wish to speak on the amendment? I yield back. There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment from Representative Scott. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to.
No, that's a recorded vote.
Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. That vote will be rolled till later. There being, the question now occurs on the amendment. We already did that. No, okay. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 5339 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5339 to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to specify requirements concerning the consideration of pecuniary and non-pecuniary factors and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I recognize Congressman Allen to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5339 offered by Mr. Allen of Georgia, identifier ALLEGA_008.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Allen for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute for the rollback ESG to increase retirement earnings or Retire Act, or H.R. 5339, which would ensure that retirees' savings are invested based on economic factors rather than social or political ones. This legislation comes as financial institutions become more brazen in professing partisan and ideological preferences when investing Americans' hard-earned retirement savings. Considering ESG factors that do not have economic impact amounts to hijacking other people's money for left-wing activism. Since its original enactment in 1974, the Employment Retirement Income Security Act, or ERISA, those protections require a fiduciary to act solely in the interests of participants and beneficiaries and for the exclusive purpose of providing retirement benefits. In other words, retirement plan sponsors have a duty to invest their clients' hard-earned money in a manner that maximizes financial returns and minimizes risk, period. In 2014, the Supreme Court backed this up by ruling that under ERISA, a fiduciary is required to act solely for the financial benefit of participants by maximizing financial returns, which does not cover non-monetary benefits such as ESG benefits. Yet last year, the Biden DOL blatantly ignored ERISA and the Supreme Court ruling when they finalized a rule that allows financial advisors to invest Americans' retirement savings into ESG funds, which are proven to carry higher risk and charge steeper fees. The Biden administration then continued to cling to this radical rulemaking despite bipartisan and bicameral disapproval in the form of a Congressional Review Act that was able to pass both the House and the Senate before being vetoed by the President. This only proved that President Biden will stop at nothing to inject his costly rush to green agenda into every aspect of Americans' lives. Under so-called Bidenomics, Americans are struggling to afford basic necessities like gas and groceries. The last thing hardworking taxpayers need is for their retirement savings to be depleted due to politically motivated mismanagement. Maximizing retirement savings for every working or retired American with a 401k or IRA pension fund is not a second-order priority. It is the first and only priority. Republicans will not sit by as retiree interests are subordinated to the whims of left-wing activists. The Retire Act makes clear that ERISA intended investment fiduciaries may never sacrifice returns, take on additional investment risk, or increase costs to promote goals unrelated to accumulating benefits for retirement. In the not-too-distant past, financial institutions would make investments on standards of return, credit, collateral, raw data, and balance sheet numbers. This was the responsible way and will be the way going forward if we pass the Retire Act. With that, I yield back.
Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would codify the Trump-era ESG rule, and unfortunately, we just have a fundamental disagreement about ESG. Workers in the Commonwealth of Virginia and those across the country want to be able to invest their retirement savings in ways that reflect their priorities, whether that's combating climate change, promoting health and labor standards, improving corporate governance, and others. And I want to support their ability to do so. ESG investing is not just about workers' investment priorities, it's also sound risk mitigation. Private sector retirement plans understand that it is essential to be able to consider investments that account for companies' downside risks, such as fossil fuel dependence or poor treatment of workers. These are just some of the factors that can cause stocks to suffer over the decades, which is precisely the time horizon of retirement investing. And this bill codifies the Trump administration's rule on ESG investing. The rule upset the balance that decades of Labor Department guidance sought to strike regarding a plan's use of tiebreaker collateral considerations when competing investments serve the plan's economic interests equally well. The rule imposed a first-of-its-kind burden on plan fiduciaries to document when ESG investments were selected. This kind of barrier previously didn't exist for other assets than 401k plans. And the rule prohibited ESG investments from being part of what's referred to as a qualified default investment alternative, such as a target date fund. This rule is deeply flawed and the rule is deeply flawed and widely opposed. According to an analysis of more than 8,700 public comments conducted by the U.S. Sustainable Investment Forum and other organizations, 96% of the comments or petitions were signatures from individuals. And one of the key findings of the analysis was that opposition of the rule was especially high among investor-related groups. Asset managers, financial advisors, financial service providers, asset owners, pension plans, and investment organizations were unanimous or near unanimous in opposing the Trump-era proposed ESG rule. BlackRock, Fidelity, State Street Global Advisors, T. Rowe Price, Vanguard all submitted comment letters of concern or opposition to the Trump-era proposed rule. So with oppositions from individuals and investor professionals, we shouldn't codify the Trump administration's ESG rules, so I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill and ask unanimous consent to enter letters to the record from the Americans for Financial Reform and the U.S. Sustainable Investment Forum in opposition to 5339 and the other 3 ESG-related bills. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Burleson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Mr. Allen for bringing this amendment forward. As a former investment advisor, I had the honor to sit across the table from many people who were retiring. And it's a fearful moment for many people to pull the trigger to retire from their employment and rely on their investments. And as that person, the burden is tremendous that you want to make sure that you're managing their funds well, that they don't lose money, and that you get them to end of life and they don't run out of money. I could never imagine taking my moral code and applying it to my clients' funds. That would be absolutely abhorrent to do that to my clients. But that's why I just cannot believe that we're doing it to the American people and to retirees across the nation. And so it's absurd. Everyone knows it who understands math and understands the markets. Everyone knows this. And so I just want to say thank you for the amendment sponsor, and I'll yield back to Mr. Allen.
Thank you, sir. And I would like to just clarify a point that was made, in I hope in error. But anyway, this does not preclude people from investing if they like in ESG products. There's nothing in this bill that stops them from the ability to do that. There is a responsibility for the fiduciary to explain to them the risk of what they're doing, like, say, an FTX, which was the most ESG company around, or, say, Silicon Valley Bank, which was the most ESG bank in the country, and actually sold their services based on that. And folks said, well, gosh, I'd like to invest in that. That fiduciary has a responsibility, and we want to make sure that they understand they have a responsibility to their client to explain the risk. If the client continues to want to invest in that, they have every right to do so, and I wanted to clarify that point. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlemen yield back. Does anyone else wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5339, offered by Mr. DeSaulnier of California. Identifier ESG_D_ANS.
The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would ask unanimous consent to insert a letter into the record from the AFL-CIO.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment would essentially codify the Biden administration's ESG rule. This rule in my amendment would permit, but importantly not require, plan fiduciaries to consider ESG factors. It would maintain fiduciaries' longstanding statutory duty to not sacrifice investment returns for their clients. The amendment also specifies that there is no additional paperwork burden required of plan fiduciaries, and there's nothing to preclude an ESG investment from being part of a default investment in a 401k plan. Unlike the Trump-era rule, the Biden administration's ESG rule is popular and widely supported. Of the over 22,000 comments submitted by individuals, 97.4% of them were in support of the Biden administration's proposed rule. And of the 144 letters submitted by corporations, asset managers, financial firms, trade groups, and labor organizations, 83% were supportive, with some recommending modifications. Unlike the underlying bill authored by my friend, Mr. Allen, my substitute amendment does not put its finger on the scale against ESG investing. There's no sound policy reason for Congress to be doing that. Instead, my amendment essentially codifies the Biden administration's ESG rule, which is neutral when it comes to ESG investing and leaves these investment decisions to the plan fiduciaries and their clients, who are bound by current law to act in the best economic interests of plan participants. This is a common sense approach to ESG investing that is widely supported by workers and other stakeholders in the retirement savings of the world. I urge my colleagues to support my substitute amendment and yield back my time.
Are there other members who wish to speak on the amendment from Mr. DeSaulnier? I yield myself 5 minutes. This amendment advances a radical political agenda at the expense of retirement savers. The amendment is irresponsible because ESG funds are notorious underperformers and relatively high risk, leaving the future of retirees less secure. H.R. 5/3039 treats all pecuniary considerations the same. Under the bill, any factor the investment fiduciary prudently determines is expected to have a material effect on an investment's risk or return in the context of the plan can be considered. To define any specific factor, such as ESG factors, as pecuniary undermines the meaning of pecuniary, which would jeopardize the retirement security of millions of Americans. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. In the there being no further comments on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from California. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. In the opinion, Chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. DeSaulnier requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to the Chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye. We've already done that one. Yeah. Here we go again. Okay. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of the bill H.R. 5340 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5340 to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to ensure that pension plans provide notice to participants and beneficiaries on risks associated with certain investments and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I recognize Congressman Banks to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5340, offered by Mr. Banks of Indiana. Identifier Banks_130.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Congressman Banks for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute for the Providing Complete Information to Retirement Investors Act, or H.R. 5340. When it comes to making smart investment decisions, American retirees and workers deserve to have the fullest information possible. That's why I introduced this legislation. My bill amends the Employee Retirement Income Security Act to give Americans full information about the choices they make in defined contribution plans, which allow them to choose how to invest their retirement savings. We should all support choice and opportunities for maximum returns on retirement investments. Brokerage windows in defined contribution plans are one such option and receive strong support from stakeholders. Through them, participants can self-direct investments in virtually unlimited options. This includes corporate securities, exchange-traded funds, mutual funds, bonds, and other publicly traded investments. However, when a participant turns to a brokerage window to select an investment for its non-economic ESG goals, a participant's investment strategy can be turned on its head, with politics trumping hard-earned savings. Whatever the intent, these kinds of investments risk cutting deeply into the investor's lifetime returns. Over time, even small differences in net return can have a massive impact on participants' retirement savings. That's why a notice explaining the impact of lower net returns may cause some participants to think twice before accessing their favorite ESG investment or other potentially risky investments through brokerage windows. This legislation provides that as a condition to ERISA fiduciary relief, plans that offer both designated investment alternatives and brokerage windows must offer such a notice. The plan must give the notice on its website to a user each time that he or she directs an investment into or out of or within an arrangement that is not designated investment alternative. The notice explains the differences between choosing from investments carefully selected by ERISA fiduciaries and choosing from investments through a brokerage window. Given the current unstable Bidenomics economy, investors should understand that they may experience diminished returns, higher fees, and higher risk if they decide to gamble with ESG factors. Therefore, I strongly urge passage of H.R. 5340. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Are there members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms. Bonamici, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and claim opposition to H.R. 5340.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Several years ago, Mr. Banks and I worked on important bipartisan legislation establishing what's referred to as the retirement savings lost and found at the Department of Labor, and I'm happy to report that this bipartisan provision became law as part of the Secure 2.0 Act, thanks in large part to Ranking Member Scott's leadership and the bipartisan nature of the bill. Clearly, there's bipartisan interest in ensuring that American workers receive appropriate notices and disclosures regarding their retirement savings. I don't think that's debatable. I agree that it's important for them to be informed, particularly about the fees they're paying on their investments. I'm concerned, though, that this particular bill is poorly drafted and looks to be a solution in search of a problem. If you dig a little deeper, as my colleagues may know, a brokerage window is a feature of 401k plans that allows participants to elect to invest in a broader array of investments than the designated investment alternative options selected by the plan's fiduciaries. And depending on the plan, a wide range of products can be offered in that brokerage window, and they can include ESG, which appears to be the target of this bill, but also other funds, including mutual funds that are intended to align with investors' religious values, for example. It's my understanding that fewer than 1/3 of plans offer a brokerage window, and in that fewer than 1/3, roughly only 2% of retirement plan participants with access to a brokerage window choose to use it. The average brokerage window account balance reportedly exceeds $334,000, which happens to be far greater than what many Americans have saved in their 401k plan. Now, additionally, I'm not aware of any recent Labor Department enforcement actions that targeted brokerage windows, and importantly, I understand that the ERISA Advisory Council, which is comprised of retirement professionals and is charged to advise the Labor Secretary, they examined brokerage windows, and they concluded that additional notices on investments were not warranted. In fact, they basically said that the benefits would be very marginal and outweighed by associated costs. So with all of this context, this bill appears to require notice each time a participant makes an investment into or out of a brokerage window investment, and the bill's 4-part notice seems to be clearly intended to discourage participants from using the brokerage window. This means that any participant who's interested in ESG or a religiously affiliated mutual fund or other product that's not offered by their plan may not invest in it or may simply invest in it via a commercial market that's outside of the tax-protected retirement system. So there are questions and concerns with this bill. The scope far exceeds ESG investing. Had our committee held a legislative hearing on this bill, perhaps we could have learned more about the bill's full implications and whether, in fact, there's an argument that the benefits outweigh the risks, but the experts are saying they do not. But unfortunately, we did not get that chance, as the bill was hastily introduced last week and rushed to markup today. So I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. Are there other members who wish to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? If not, there being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Are there any amendments to be offered? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5340 as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. All right, we have completed the bills before us today. And the House is in debate. We expect votes to be held around 1:30. So we will come back immediately after the last vote in the first series and vote on the requested votes. Any other comments or questions? The committee stands in recess.
Test.
The committee will please come to order. A quorum is present. The committee will proceed to postpone votes. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 4259 as amended and recognize Mr. Bean.
Madam Chair, a very good afternoon to you and good afternoon. I move the bill on education and the workforce report the bill. I move the committee on education and workforce report the bill 4259 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 4259 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Owens? Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes aye. Mr. Owen votes aye. Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean? Ms. Miller?
Aye.
Ms. Miller votes aye. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Lutlow? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. James? Ms. Chavez-DeReamer? Ms. Chavez-DeReamer votes aye. Mr. Williams? Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Saban? Mr. Saban votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier?
Aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes aye. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervin? Mr. Bowman?
Would the clerk please go back through the roll and call the names of anyone who is not recorded?
Mr. Comer? Mr. Smucker? Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Lutlow? Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Williams? Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. McBath? Mr. Mervan? Mr. Bowman?
How is Ms. Jayapal recorded?
Ms. Jayapal votes no.
How is Mr. Williams recorded?
Sorry, what was that?
How is Mr. Williams recorded?
Mr. Williams was not recorded. Mr. Williams votes yes.
Ms. Jayapal would like to change her vote.
Ms. Jayapal changes her vote to yes.
Clerk will report the vote.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there were 39 yeas and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 4259 is ordered and reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 5349 as amended and recognize Mr. Wahlberg.
I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the bill H.R. 5349 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended, and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill pass as amended.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 5349 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean? Ms. Miller?
Aye.
Ms. Miller votes aye. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Lutlow? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Chavez-DeReamer? Ms. Chavez-DeReamer votes aye. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott?
Aye.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes yes. Ms. McBath? Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes yes. Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes no.
How is Mr. Smucker recorded?
Mr. Smucker is not recorded. Mr. Smucker votes aye.
How is Mr. Grijalva recorded?
Mr. Grijalva was recorded as a yes.
You want it to be yes or no? Mr. Grijalva requests to be a no.
Mr. Grijalva changes his vote to no.
Mr. Takano?
Mr. Takano changes his vote to no.
The clerk will report the tally. Well, just a moment. How is Ms. McLean recorded?
Ms. McLean is not recorded. Ms. McLean votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there were 33 ayes and 9 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 5349 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record the quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent the staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 5110 as amended and recognize Mr. Grothman.
I move the Committee on Education and Workforce report the bill H.R. 5110 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended, and that with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill be as amended do pass.
The House, the question now occurs on reporting H.R. 5110 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller.
Aye.
Ms. Miller votes aye. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Sletlow. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Chavez DeReamer. Ms. Chavez DeReamer votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Splon. Mr. Saban votes aye. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McVath. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes aye. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there are 42 yeas, 0 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. H.R. 5110 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. I now entertain a motion to report the resolution H.J. Res. 88 and recognize Mrs. McLean.
I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the resolution H.J. Res. 88 to the House of Representatives, and with the recommendation that the resolution be agreed to and the resolution do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.J. Res. 88 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion and chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Aye. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Stefanik? Mr. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean?
Aye.
Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller?
Aye.
Ms. Miller votes aye. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Letlow? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Chavez-DeReamer? Ms. Chavez-DeReamer votes aye. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes no. Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman?
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there were 23 yeas and 19 nays.
Ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.J. Res. 88 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 4957 as amended and recognize Mr. Kiley.
I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the bill H.R. 4957 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 4957 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. In the opinion, Chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott. request a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Mr. Comer. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes yes. Ms. Miller.
Yes.
Ms. Miller votes yes. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes yes. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes yes. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Chavez DeReamer. Mr. Chavez DeReamer votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Saban. Mr. Saban votes no. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Desaulnier. Mr. Desaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. McBath. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there were 23 yeas and 19 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion's agreed to. H.R. 4957 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended without objection so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views without objection so ordered. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 5338 as amended and recognize Mr. Good.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the bill H.R. 5338 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 5338 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes aye. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Chavez DeReamer. Ms. Chavez DeReamer votes aye. Mr. Williams. Ms. Houchin. Mr. Scott. Oh, Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
I've never seen that.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. McBath. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman votes no.
How is Mr. Williams recorded?
Mr. Williams is not recorded. Mr. Williams votes yes.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there were 23 yeas and 19 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion's agreed to. H.R. 5338 is ordered, reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We will now be voting on one amendment to the bill, H.R. 5337. The amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by Mr. Scott to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5337. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson? No. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Mr. Chavez-DeReamer? Ms. Chavez-DeReamer votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes yes. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes yes. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes yes. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Wilson votes yes. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes yes. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes yes. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes yes. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes yes. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes yes. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes yes. Ms. McBath? Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes yes. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes yes. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes yes. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes yes. Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes yes. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes yes. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes yes.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there were 19 yeas and 23 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5337. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I now entertain a motion to report the bill and recognize Ms. Houchin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Committee on Education and the Workforce report the bill H.R. 5337 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 5337 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Aye. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Aye. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes aye. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Letlow? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Chavez DeReamer? Ms. Chavez DeReamer votes aye. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there were 23 yeas and 19 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion to agree to H.R. 5337 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Bill 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We'll now be voting on one amendment to the bill H.R. 53039, the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. DeSaulnier to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 5339. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson? No. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes no. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes no. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes no. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes no. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes no. Ms. Letlow? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes no. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Ms. Chavez DeReamer? Ms. Chavez DeReamer votes no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes no. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes yes. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes yes. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes yes. Mr. DeCano? Mr. DeCano votes aye. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes aye. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes yes. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes yes. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes aye. Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, there were 19 yeas and 23 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5339. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I now entertain a motion to report the bill and recognize Mr. Allen.
I'm sorry. I'll start over. Got the mic. I move to the Committee on Education and Workforce report the bill H.R. 5339 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 5339 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested by Mr. Scott. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox?
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Aye. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good? Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Miller? Ms. Miller votes aye. Ms. Steele? Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Latlow? Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Chavez-DeReamer? Ms. Chavez-DeReamer votes aye. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon? Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier? Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. Hayes? Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Ms. Manning? Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chair, on this vote, we had 23 yeas and 19 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion's agreed to. H.R. 5339 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. I now entertain a motion to report the bill H.R. 5340 as amended and recognize Mr. Banks.
I move the Committee on Education and Workforce report the bill H.R. 5340 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended do pass.
The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 5340 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Scott has requested a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Fox.
Aye.
Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Aye. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good votes aye. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes yes. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes yes. Ms. Steele. Ms. Steele votes aye. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean votes aye. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Ms. Chavez-DeReamer. Ms. Chavez-DeReamer votes aye. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Ms. Houchin. Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild votes no. Ms. McBath. Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes votes no. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes no. Ms. Manning. Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman votes no.
I'm sorry, how is Ms. Wilson recorded? Mr. Sablon, is Mr. Sablon recorded?
Mr. Sablon is not recorded. Mr. Sablon votes no. Okay.
Before I ask the clerk to report the tally, I want to say how much I appreciate. We have three not new people helping us on our side, and they've done a great job today. So I really, really appreciate their good work today. Would the clerk please report the tally?
Madam Chair, on this vote, there were 23 yeas and 19 noes.
Thank you. The ayes have it, and the motion's agreed to. H.R. 5340 is ordered, reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. Ask unanimous consent staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views without objection, so ordered. Without objection, any members who wish to insert materials in the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day. If there is no further business before the committee, without objection, the committee stands adjourned with thanks for everyone's cooperation.
Congratulations, Madam Chair.